Do you want me to do the emergency just as you're getting yourself settled? Yeah, thank you, and good morning, everybody, from the second day of City Council. So just before we begin, I'm just going to go over the emergency response plan for this room. So if there is an emergency, everybody needs to evacuate through the nearest safe exit. So those in the gallery behind me and in Hollywood Squares, if you can just take direction from our security colleague over to my left. Those of you in council chambers at the council dais, if you can follow myself as we evacuate. After we do evacuate, you're going to go down the stairwell to the ground level and evacuate the building through the emergency exits and go to the muster point. Friendly reminder, the muster point where we will all gather is at the south end of the pool. If there's anybody with any limited mobility issues, please identify yourself either to security or myself. And if you need first aid, again, please security and ourselves are happy to help you. Thank you so much, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. It is 9:32. Allergies got me awake at 5 a.m., so I've been up for 4.5 hours, feeling good. The email inbox is much lower than it was because I had nothing else to do. So I'm excited to be here with you all. I'll start with a land acknowledgement. And at this time, I'd like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. We will do a roll call first, starting with Councillor Wright.
Good morning, Councillor Knack.
Good morning, Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Good morning. Mayor Sohi will be joining us in about an hour or so. So next, Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Okay, so that is our roll call. We have 3 protocol items that we didn't do yesterday that we're going to do first, and then we're going to go to our presentation from our guests at the Youth Council. I don't know if these were needed to be done in a particular order, so I'm just going to go through them in the order I have here. So, let me start. Okay, I'd like to start our meeting today by shining a light on a truly inspiring initiative, the Moose Hide Campaign. On May 16th of every year, this initiative brings together men and boys to stand up against violence towards women and children in Canada. This year, the Moose Hide Campaign will mark its 13th annual day of ceremony and solidarity. The initiative was started by Paul Lacerte and his daughter Raven. They came up with the idea during a hunting trip on their traditional territory along an area known as the Highway of Tears. It's a stretch of highway in northern British Columbia where many women have been murdered or gone missing. Paul and Raven's advocacy has brought this issue to the forefront and pushed efforts forward to prevent the devastating effects of violence on families and communities. Notably, since they launched the campaign 13 years ago, communities, schools, and workplaces across Canada have received over 4 million free moose hide pins. This is an incredible accomplishment worth celebrating, but the collective work to make our country safe for all its residents is far from finished. Sadly, Indigenous women, girls, and gender and sexual minorities remain much more likely to experience violence than their non-Indigenous neighbors. To help spur progress, the City of Edmonton is hosting a Moose Hide Campaign Day event tomorrow at City Hall with our partner, the Indigenous Sport Council of Alberta. This event demonstrates our commitment to continue working alongside Indigenous communities to implement the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women's, Girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ Action Plan. Both Indigenous and non-Indigenous Edmontonians are invited to attend, participate in a walk, and receive a pin to show their commitment. People can also make a difference by fasting for the day to deepen their intention and raising awareness on social media. I encourage everyone to do their part in advancing this vital step towards reconciliation. Thank you. Okay, next. So I'd also like to acknowledge that May 17th is the International Day Against Homophobia, Transphobia, and Biphobia. It is a day to stand in solidarity with the LGBTQ2S+ community, to raise awareness about the discrimination and violence they face, and to reaffirm our commitment to equality and respect for all individuals. Every person, regardless of who they love or how they identify, deserves to live a life free from discrimination, fear, and prejudice. It is our collective responsibility to ensure that everyone is treated with dignity and respect, to create a world where diversity is celebrated, and where all individuals can live authentically and proudly as themselves. The City of Edmonton remains committed to supporting the LGBTQ2S+ community by creating a city where everyone feels safe, respected, and included. We do this by promoting both equality and equity, and taking the time to acknowledge and push back against historic and ongoing prejudices against marginalized groups. As we mark this day, let us recommit ourselves to ending homophobia, transphobia, and biphobia in all their forms. Let us stand up against hate and intolerance and work towards a future where love, acceptance, and understanding prevail. Together, we can create a world where everyone is free to be who they are without fear of judgment or discrimination. And the last protocol item for today, I'd like to recognize that last week, from May 6th to 12th, was Mental Health Week. Mental Health Week is an initiative led by the Canadian Mental Health Association, and this year's theme was A Call to Be Kind. The health and wellness of our fellow Edmontonians is core to our collective quality of life, and mental health has a significant impact on positive health and well-being. 1 in 5 Canadians will experience an addiction or mental health problem in any given year. Stigma surrounding mental health problems can present barriers to open conversations, seeking help, and acceptance. We must all embrace a model of understanding and kindness when it comes to addressing mental health issues within our communities. It is crucial to educate ourselves about mental health and actively work towards eliminating the stigma associated with it. By promoting empathy, understanding, and compassion, we can create a community where individuals feel comfortable seeking help and talking openly about their struggles. Together, we can build communities that value mental well-being and provide resources and support for those in need. Thank you, everyone, for giving me some time to go through those protocol items. We will now make our way back to our agenda, and first item of the agenda for today is the annual report from the City of Edmonton Youth Council. So welcome, it's great to see you both here, and great to see everyone here, but in particular our representatives from City of Edmonton Youth Council. So I think you have a presentation for us. So please kick us off. Oh, sorry, City Men may kick us off first before we jump to them.
Good morning, City Council. At today's meeting, Council will be receiving the City of Edmonton Youth Council Annual Report. At the March 5th, 2024 City Council non-regular meeting, Council received annual reports from other Council committees. For the report, the co-chairs, Ritu Arvikar and Lakshmi Petty, are in attendance in person to present the report. Matthew Chung from Administration is also in attendance virtually, should Council have questions for Administration, and myself and Nancy Jacobson are in attendance from the Office of the City Clerk. The report for the City of Edmonton Youth Council includes a recommendation to approve subcommittees for the 2024 work plan. City of Edmonton Youth Council has submitted a request for 3 subcommittees as part of their work plan and have provided rationale supporting the requests in the work plan, including membership of the subcommittees. Administration recommends only 2 subcommittees instead of 3 based on resource availability. I would be happy to review the requirements for annual reports and work plans should council wish, and I will pause here to answer any questions.
Do you want to do questions first, or, sorry?
Just if there's questions for admin about
Okay.
the annual reports.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
But then we're going to have a separate presentation, so we'll just do that all together? and then
Yes,
we'll
we
do
can turn
questions?
it over to
Perfect.
CEYC if you
Great,
wish.
perfect, let's do that.
Okay, maybe begin? Okay. Well, good morning. It's really nice seeing all of you counselors again this year. My name is Ritu Arvikar. I am the Executive Internal Co-Chair of the City of Edmonton Youth Council.
And I'm Lakshmi Bedi. I'm the External Executive Co-Chair of the City of Edmonton Youth Council.
So, based on just our experiences in the past, a lot of counselors are familiar with the Youth Council's work. So I'll be very brief in introducing who we are. Next slide, please. Actually, the slide after. Thank you. So CYC is an advisory committee to the City of Edmonton, and our goals are to mobilize youth on local issues through community events and projects, empower youth through education, skill building, and experience to be active citizens, and lastly, provide opportunities for meaningful participation in Edmonton's local government. Next slide, please. So we work towards these goals through educating and empowering youth to provide meaningful input and to take action on local issues and municipal politics. Next slide, please. So as of the 2016 municipal census, there are over 117,000 youth in Edmonton between the ages of 10 and 24, and this number has undoubtedly grown in the past 8 years. This goes to show how crucial the youth perspective is in shaping decisions made by City Council. This is just one of the many reasons why CEYC believes our feedback to Council and the impact of our initiatives is extremely powerful and meaningful to the development of our city. Next slide, please.
Okay, so moving on a little bit more about CYC itself. We started this year. Next slide. As usual, CYC needs to set a strategic plan to guide our work for the months to come. Unfortunately, our strategic plan did end up going a little bit later because we were cancelled twice by City's instructions. So our session occurred in December instead of our usual November or October. But during this session in December, the council came together to have a thorough discussion on what we want our values for this term to be. In terms of the 2024 strategic priorities, we ended up seeing a lot of similarities with our 2022 to 2023 strategic plan. So you can see that on our slide. However, the most significant values that came up this year, which are not listed on this slide, are respect, inclusion, teamwork, collaboration, and accountability, all of which CYC has really worked to embody this year. Next slide. Next slide. So this year we have over 115 youth on council, with 20 appointed VCMs and the rest taking on important roles as YALs. So far, we've engaged with 10 external organizations ranging from clothing donations to the Bissell Center and to the Community Safety Wellbeing team on council as well. Currently, we have 9 initiatives being completed by CYC, and some of them have even come forth to council. Next slide. Now, talking a bit more about our subcommittees, which is going to be a pretty important topic for today, the Policy Subcommittee did a lot of work this year to ensure CYC was presenting to the Council on policy and reports that really mattered to the youth of Edmonton. They had 3 main initiatives this year, the first being the Anti-Racism Initiative, where they created a relationship with the Anti-Racism Independent Body of Council and established strategies to support the anti-racism strategy with the City of Edmonton. The Engagement Initiative engaged with the City Council on a number of policy-related decisions from a youth perspective, and they analyzed policies that are coming to City Council and related committees, and also researched city issues as they pertain to youth. So an example of this is the Public Spaces Bylaw, where we came in to speak for CYC's position on that. The third initiative is a community safety and well-being initiative where they engage with youth external to CYC on perspectives of policing and safety within Edmonton. They researched strategies external to policing that enhance community safety and conducted a jurisdictional scan of strategies employed by other municipalities to enhance community safety and cohesion. They are currently drafting a report for the council outlining their findings, and they'll be presenting that to you soon. Next slide. Our second subcommittee is a project subcommittee, which focuses a lot on engaging with youth around the city to become engaged and involved in their communities, and hosted various events throughout the year. The 4 initiatives from projects this term were the first being the Skills for Success event, which actually happened a couple days ago on May 11th, and was a workshop for CYC members and youth outside of CYC to provide education around life skills such as financial literacy, dealing with failure, and effective communication to equip the youth of Edmonton with the skills they need to succeed. Their second initiative was the Youth Networking Initiative, and they're hosting a networking event during a June GA to create opportunities for youth to engage with each other, youth serving agencies, and with members of City Council. We'll be sending out our official invitation soon, and I really hope to see a lot of you guys there as well. The third initiative is the Clothes for Our World, or Clothing Drive Initiative. What they did was they focused on educating and engaging with youth on the environmental impacts of fast fashion through a robust social media campaign that's going on currently, and have even organized a clothing drive in partnership with multiple high schools across the city. Their fourth initiative is the Youth Cleanup Edmonton Initiative, which is organizing an event in the Edmonton River Valley for youth to participate in cleaning up accumulated garbage and debris from winter. Next slide. And then moving on to our internal subcommittee this year, they've worked a lot to ensure that CYC was running smoothly, and our membership was being upheld throughout the year, and they had 3 initiatives that they were working on. The first being the Member Wellbeing Initiative, which was actually their main event for this year is the collaboration with the Project Skill for Success Initiative to co-host that workshop. The second initiative is the CYC Handbook, which they're trying to update the procedures manual for CYC to outline purpose, procedures, roles, and responsibilities, and their related policies for new members to understand how CYC runs, so it's not as much of a shock when you join CYC for that first term. And their last initiative is our social media initiative. Traditionally, Internal has always taken on the social media for CYC, and so this year they created a social media strategy for CYC social media platforms and continue to stay engaged with their following and post about topics relevant to City Council, city news, city initiatives, and CYC events and engagement opportunities as well. Next slide. And now talking a bit more about our council reports. So council reports are a huge part of CYC. They make up a lot of the work that we're doing that really is present to council. We have a couple different types of reports. So one is the internal report that we did. Our demographics report and recommendations is very important to CYC. They provide us with information on who's really making up the City of Edmonton Youth Council. And so it's been really important to receive those recommendations and understand where we need to focus our recruitment from around the city to ensure we're getting as many diverse voices as possible on this very important council. And the CYC-led reports, the first one is the Food Waste and Insecurity Information Report and the Urban which has continued from the past couple years, and then the Urban Planning Information Report, which has also continued from the past couple years. But this year, we saw 2 new reports coming forth, which is a Youth Perspectives on Transit in Edmonton. And so this was really an analytical report of ongoing transit issues from the youth lens. And then our last one is the correspondence we did on the Public Spaces Bylaw to Council. And so we brought forth CYC stance and our positioning on this bylaw, and we were really grateful to see how we were well received by council. I'll pass it back over to my co-chair.
So now, next slide, please. I would like to take 2 minutes to discuss CYC's recommendation to keep 3 subcommittees on the Youth Council. So if you take a look at the slide, you will see in what ways and to what extent, as Lakshmi discussed, the 3 subcommittees, projects, policy, and internal, are utilized. These subcommittees help us organize the over 100 members who are initially active on CEYC. While that number does decrease over the duration of the term, the average number sits anywhere between 50 to 60 active members, which is a lot more than just the 20 appointed voting committee members, which are appointed by council. So the majority of our activity is derived from this vast membership who have a wide array of interests, passions, and skills, which is clearly reflected in our work. As a result, it is quite difficult and impractical to some extent for the Youth Council to run in the absence of subcommittees, and would additionally enforce an incredible amount of stress on executive co-chairs should they have to manage this vast amount of membership on their own. The inclusion of subcommittees comes in addition with 6 subcommittee co-chairs, and this distribution of workload is crucial to ensuring that CUIC is an organization that continues to provide opportunities for and empower youth instead of one that may drain the spirit of youth who do decide to get involved with our council. In addition, our current administration has made it clear that if we were to have subcommittees, 1 meeting a month is sustainable and possible for them to do. I believe that the work my co-chair previously mentioned and this rationale are both strong reasons for the City of Edmonton Youth Council to be given permission to continue utilizing our subcommittees and further our work. Thank you. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. So some recent events that we just had was the Life Skills Workshop, which was just last Saturday, and our last General Assembly of the term is coming up on June 5th. And lastly, I would like to request if any of the councillors would be able to share on their in their circles or on their social media platforms that voting committee member applications for the Youth Council have also opened. Next slide, please. And lastly, we would like to encourage you to be involved in our work. There are many ways to do so. We always appreciate members of council attending and supporting our events. We are always open to being consulted on matters of discussion, whether that's from council or administration, and have had the opportunity to participate in many targeted engagement sessions in the past and would love to continue doing so. So if you see any opportunities for CUIC to be part of collaborations with other groups, or anything else you may think of, we are always looking to do so. Next slide, please. And that is all. Thank you very much for taking time to listen to our annual report and work plan presentation. We're open to any questions.
Wonderful. Thank you so much to both of you for joining us today, and of course to all youth council members, both the appointed ones and the ones who are youth at large. Great to see so much participation in the youth at large. I feel that number keeps growing every year, which is really exciting to see, and to know that the reach is just continuing across the city. There will be questions, I know, so I think this was originally selected by Councillor Salvador, so we'll start with Councillor Salvador as one of the 2 city reps, and then followed by Councillor Jans, your other.
Yeah, well, thank you both so much for being here this morning. Echo Councillor Knack's gratitude for all of the work that you're doing. I think my primary questions were around subcommittees, and just wanted to pick up on one of the things that you had mentioned, just seeking some clarity. So did I hear correctly that if it is 1 meeting per month, that is sustainable with the 3 subcommittees? You've had that discussion with administration?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and Youth Council is comfortable moving forward in that direction?
Yes, we are.
Okay, fabulous. That makes sense. And can you just help me understand, I think was it bi-weekly that you were previously meeting? So instead of bi-weekly, you'd just be going to monthly?
Yes.
Okay. And you feel that is kind of a fair way forward and still allow you to achieve all of the goals you have and the work plan that you've outlined?
Yeah, definitely. So far, we've actually already moved to the 1 month meeting schedule for subcommittees, so we've already been seeing it work, and it's still working for CUIC, so we're still able to accomplish the work that we've been planning to do. And our initiative meetings do still exist, so that's kind of where the bulk of our work gets done within the individual initiatives. So those subcommittee meetings being once a month is fairly manageable, and it is pretty reasonable for CUIC. And so we don't really see any issues in not being able to accomplish our work going forward.
Great. That is wonderful to hear. And maybe just to administration then, do we need to provide any specific direction around that, or just the recommendation that's in the report would allow you to move forward in that way?
The recommendation in the report would do that.
Okay, fabulous. Well, that is so wonderful. I will turn it over. Oh, I see my colleague is off the board. But I don't have any further questions, but I'll speak to it when the time is right. Thank you.
Would you be willing to move the recommendation?
Yes, absolutely. So I will move.
Second.
I will come to you for a second as soon as the motion is read on the floor.
I'll move that the City of Edmonton Youth Council's report to establish 3 subcommittees for the 2024 work plan as outlined in attachment 3 of the May 14, 2024 Office of the City Clerk Report, OCC 02274, be approved.
Councillor Jans, would you like to second that as the other council rep on this committee?
Love to, thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. That is taken. So if there's no further questions, I do see Councillor Rice for questions. Yeah, perfect. Please go ahead, Councillor Rice.
Thank you very much for the presentation and lots of information that I can see the importance and meaningful work you are doing and from Youth Council. I actually really appreciate the work, and also I appreciate the support and my colleagues. I know the Councillor Salvador, Councillor Jens, and there and to the Youth Council. And I actually have one student and from Youth Council and work in my office right now, so I know how important that work could be. So you talked about to get more support and for the Youth Council, how we get involved, and you listed a few things here. I think that is very important to attend and support your event. And if you could send the event to the councillors, and that would be great. And because sometimes I was wondering, and I didn't say specific invitation, so if that invitation could send it to our office, I'm more than happy to attend. So that is number one. So number two, I invite the youth in our ward to apply for the Youth Council. I think many my colleagues, including myself, were doing that as well, even recently, and open to the June 9th for that application. So I already shared a few times on my social media. So I just want to take this opportunity to say thank you for your work.
No, thank you, Councillor Rice. Honestly, it's so wonderful seeing the councillors support the work that we're doing, and definitely we'll be sending out invitations. So please keep a look on your inboxes. Those invitations for our events will be coming soon. And yeah, just thank you for your support, and then I hope to see a continued support in the future as well. Thank you.
Okay, so I have one. Thank you very much again. So I have one question and to the administration. Because right now they changed the frequency and for their meeting from bi-weekly to once, and then even though the city administration recommendation is keep to 2 committees, but even they change it to 3 committees. So right now the time for the frequency for the meeting is only 3 times and per month, right? And it's less than the 4 times per month, and compared to 2 committee and with 2 times meeting per month.
That's my understanding, but we do have Matthew who provides the administrative support to the committee online. Matthew, do you want to comment a little bit on the resources? At least
Yes,
Thank you.
absolutely. Thank you so much there, Councillor Rice, for this question there. In this arrangement, if CAYC is able to have their subcommittees operate and meet 1 time a month, that is something we can absolutely accommodate. Our previous concerns with the previous arrangements with our subcommittees at CAYC, they were meeting sometimes bi-weekly, sometimes weekly, depending on the subcommittee. And I know there were times where the meeting dates were not consistent every month, and we were running into scheduling challenges to ensure that we had administrative support at these subcommittees. But provided that CYC is able to meet once a month, and this is at a consistent date, for example, like the first of every Tuesday of every month, this is something that easily we are happy to support and to continue the work moving forward.
Okay, wonderful. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have questions, Councillor Tang? Yeah. Yes, please go ahead.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation, and thanks to you and the voting member and the non-voting member for all their contribution to the city. I guess I'm curious about how are you connecting in with some of the happenings within the city. So for example, you talk about social media, and I think this is a similar question to perhaps some other advisory committees. You know, are you in touch with city's internal executive communication around promotion and events? For some of your skills building workshops, are you in touch with, say, the public library that also offers, you know, similar types of workshops? Are you finding opportunities to collaborate, I guess is what I'm asking.
So I can take that question. To some extent, yes, we have in the past, but I guess speaking to the particular example you gave, I don't believe we collaborated with city's internal social media team, I believe, is that what you said? That is not something that I don't think we were aware that was possible to do, but now that we know, it's definitely something we will keep in mind for the future. But we are currently working with a team from the city to promote our voting committee member applications. I don't quite recall the name of the team, but we are doing collaborative posts with them, and also I believe some counselors, as Councillor Rice had mentioned, are also posting on their own accounts to help. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I'll just flag this for perhaps Amin. I think a lot of our communication moving towards storytelling, and what a potentially great opportunity with our advisory committees. So I just wanted to kind of flag that. And then I'm curious about your 3 committees. I'm good with the recommendation, but your third one, the internal one, feels more like a secretariat type of body for the 60 or so folks and the various things that's going on social media and managing all the subcommittees. Is that accurate?
I would say to an extent you could kind of classify it as that. The internal subcommittee, really what their work is, kind of in the name. They focus on the internal workings of CYC, so they're really like the subcommittee that helps CYC run smoothly.
Right.
So a lot of our internal rules and regulations are done through them. So our processes and our procedures are usually led through the internal subcommittee. And then along with that, social media is a really, really important part of CYC, so they do handle all of that.
Yeah.
But I think what kind of changes a little bit is they are still able to do initiatives and event-style work that moves them away from being a secretariat a bit more.
Yeah.
So they have initiatives going on, such as the Member Wellbeing Initiative. So what that's really focused on is ensuring that the members of CYC are, happy with their time on CYC.
Yeah.
They're feeling productive and engaged within matters.
Yeah, I guess some of those functions you just named are typically done by administrative support. And, for social media, some of the advisory committee also leverages contractors, for example. Are you finding you have that kind of resource to do those things? And because I'm wondering if maybe are you feeling the resources not adequate, that you feel the need for the subcommittee?
I think in the past we did have a contractor for social media, but that really kicked our budget up, that it wasn't sustainable for us anymore. And so admin has talked to us, and they were like, hey, keeping on a contractor to work your social media isn't feasible with the budget that we have set aside for CYC. So unfortunately, I think we have a little bit of restrictions in being able to delegate that task to delegate those tasks to admin, because we also want to be, aware of the fact that they are a part of other advisory councils. CYC is not their only job.
Yeah.
And also understanding that because we are having multiple subcommittees, the work that they're able to do for CYC also decreases, because they have to, again, manage those subcommittees along with doing those administrative tasks that the internal subcommittee is doing.
What's the average age on CYC right now?
Yeah, so the average age of CYC is, the demographic that we're really targeting is youth from 13 to 23, but I would say the average age you see kind of around there is from, I want to say, the 17 to 20
Excellent.
range.
Always impresses me. Thank you so much for all you do.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions, so at this point we will go to speaking to the motion. Anyone wanting to speak to the motion? I'll let you click on the board. Well, before I go to Councillor Salvador to close, Councillor Stevenson, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
I just wanted to say again, thank you. Oh, goodness. Forgot how to speak all of a sudden. Thank you for coming out today. Appreciate it. As I look at the membership list now, I feel like I'm getting further and further disconnected, because I think there's only 5 of you left that were pre-2021. But are you two staying on, by the way? Are you?
I am.
You are, but you're not. No. Okay.
I'll be moving for university.
Well, I appreciate. I'm glad that you'll be staying, but I appreciate your years of service on Youth Council and everyone who's been a part of it. Continue to be impressed each and every day. Watching a little bit more from afar now for the work that you're doing, but looking forward to getting those invites, being part of it. Appreciate your flexibility, by the way, on making some adjustments to the subcommittees. I'll happily support the recommendation, but just as always, wanted to say thank you. It's always great to see what you're doing, and keep up the outstanding work in the city. You continue to challenge us and use that use that opportunity to keep challenging us, keep us on our toes, make sure that we're not missing things that we could be missing. And so, which you've been doing each and every year for as long as I've been watching Youth Council. So, just wanted to offer my thanks for that. So, thanks for being here today.
Thank you, Councilor.
I'll take the chair back.
I'll return the chair.
And anyone else before I go to Councillor Salvador to close? No, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much, and excellent words, Councillor Knack. That was fantastic, and I feel very privileged that I am one of your two council advisors. I get to see your incredible work in action, and some of the questions and dialogue that happens around the CUIC table is just incredible, and the level of expertise and thoughtfulness that you bring to those conversations is phenomenal. And I think, as Councillor Knack said, being able to have that perspective brought to us when we're in those decision-making roles is critical. And I think we saw that with a recent example of the public spaces bylaw. So would welcome much more of that. I think you have a very ambitious work plan ahead of you, and I can't wait to see you execute that. I really agree that this is kind of a good middle ground, switching to the once a month while still allowing the 3 subcommittees to move forward, given how big the overall membership is and assembly is. I think this is an incredibly efficient way to be moving forward. And yeah, again, just want to thank you so much for empowering and educating youth in our city and cultivating civic literacy and allowing folks who might not otherwise participate in civic dialogue and the municipal governance process to do so. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please vote on the recommendation.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. Appreciate it. And we will move on to the rest of our agenda, but thanks for taking the time to join us this morning. Next up on the agenda is, if I'm correct here, it actually would be the subsequent that I was going to move on 7.1. Why don't we not do that right now, just because I am both chairing and I want to just fine-tune a little bit wording based off some suggestions. So let's go to 7.7, which is the Citadel Theater lease approval. And that went to Executive Committee. And so we're going to bring down the delegation here. So what we'll do is, obviously we had a presentation at Executive Committee, but we'll, in a discussion there, I'll go to our Vice Chair, Councillor Salvador, to do a quick introduction, and if you're willing to put, and I think it was selected to maybe put an alternative motion, so maybe you want to introduce to start, and then we'll...
Sure, yeah, happy to introduce. We had a pretty fulsome discussion about the proposed lease. We had members from the Citadel in attendance and got into some pretty detailed questions about the implications of moving forward with this. Had some great answers from administration as well around the budgetary implications of this, but ultimately decided that moving forward as proposed was the best way to retain the amazing asset that is the Citadel. But yeah, understand that there might be something else coming forward. So to the chair, can I put it on the floor?
I still think that would probably be better. Is the possible motion written in the form of an amendment that would make it easy to do? I'm trying to figure out the best.
Which amendment are we talking about hypothetically?
I believe Councillor Principe might have an amendment or a motion. So I'm just trying to replacement. So it could be a strike. So let's put the motion on the floor.
Yeah, let's start with the process.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Great. So I'll move that a lease agreement between the City of Edmonton and the Citadel Theatre, as outlined in Attachment 1 of the May 3rd, 2024 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 02006, be approved, and that the lease agreement be in the form and content acceptable to City Manager, and 2, that administration prepare a funded service package for consideration by Council during the fall 2024 supplemental operating budget adjustment to increase funding to support the City's ongoing repair and maintenance obligations for the Citadel Theatre, as outlined in the May 3rd, 2024 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 02006.
Second.
Sorry.
A very eager second from Councillor Stevenson. Perfect, thank you. Again, there was a lot of discussion and debate there, so we're not doing a new presentation, but we'll go to Councillor Principe, who had selected it for, for any questions, and then we'll see if there's any further amendments or motions.
Thank you, Chair Knack. I did ask quite a few questions during committee, so I won't be asking questions today, but I would like to make an amendment. I would like to amend that Attachment 1 of the May 3rd, 2024 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 02006, be amended to change the term of the lease agreement from 10 years to 5 years, and to remove the 2 5-year options to extend the term of the lease. And
just hang on, I'll make sure we have a seconder on that.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Rice. Thank you. Please go ahead and you've got 2 minutes to introduce that, please.
yes, thank you. The reason I agree with what Councillor Salvador had said about Citadel being a gem of a place that, you know, a lot of Edmontonians and people from outside of Edmonton come to visit. And I really appreciate what Citadel has done for our city. And I would like to see them continue and remain there. But however, I would like to explore other options, and I will be having a possible subsequent motion coming after. I would like to explore other options to see if they're, because Edmonton is trying to limit the amount of holdings we have. I would like to explore other options to see if there is some kind of possibility of privatization. And I had asked this question at committee, if something is possible structurally to do housing on top of the building. And it's just things that I would like to explore further. So that's why I would like to see it just a 5-year option to give us the chance to explore that.
Thank you very much. Now we will move to questions of the amendments, and Councillor Stevenson is on the board. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. Maybe just a few questions to administration. My understanding is that it has previously been explored, the feasibility of adding housing to the site. Is that correct?
We did look at a cursory review of what conversations have been had around this in the past, and I understand that there was an exploratory exercise around this potentially back in 2012 or slightly earlier. Or along those lines, I believe that there was a request for expressions of interest that went out to the private sector or out publicly to see if there was an opportunity to develop over top of the Citadel. I don't have all the details around that, but my understanding is that it was not determined to be feasible at that stage through that process.
Yeah, I would imagine that there's some pretty unique engineering qualities to that building, given the number of free span spaces for the theaters, also the glassed-in atrium. Is that, I'm seeing some nods?
I think that's a fair assumption. The building is, from a structural perspective, it would require a significant amount of engineering to support development over top of the building in terms of how it's operating. One other thing I'd maybe point out is if going through a process like that would also likely impact the Citadel's operation in terms of how they can remain open during a period of time if construction were to occur. So there's some complications there unless they're not to be operating.
Yes, I think that there is that implication in terms of them trying to run a theater program in an active construction site, just the acoustics, the impact of that. Maybe just for their own feasibility, I know you've had a number of conversations with them over the past year as this lease has been negotiated. You know, I initially was maybe thinking that 10 years might be a bit long. Maybe we want to start with a 5-year with an option to extend, but just to see how the new arrangement is working within that first 5-year period. Did you hear any concerns from Citadel in terms of that length of lease, or why does the length of lease matter to them?
So through the negotiations with the Citadel, they were looking for a much longer term. They really wanted more stability. We settled on a term length that was shorter, which was the 10-year plus the 5-year options, in order for the city to also review to see how this arrangement is working. But ultimately, from what we gathered in our conversations, the Citadel really was looking for longer term stability and would have much preferred a 25-year rate, if not longer, I believe.
Yeah.
From what they've shared with us is really their planning is multiple years out. So, yes, the 5-year term at the beginning, it gives them that 5 years, but once we're 2 years, 3 years into that, they no longer have those years to do those planning.
Right.
They're telling us it's usually 2 years out when they start planning those programs.
Right. So building out plays, working with I know that they have a very strong working relationship with other theaters in Alberta, and I think actually across the Western provinces when it comes to building sets. So that would really stifle their ability to participate on such a short term. Okay, I don't have any further questions. I'll speak to this at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you. And just as we go on to our next questions, and it was fine, I'm just going to flag that since we don't technically have a motion yet for the subsequent, which is the potential looking at exploring a building. I know it was fair to ask the question to help set up the conversation of the lease, but I think that's probably the extent of it. So I would encourage for the rest of the discussion to focus just on the length of the lease, not on the possibility of any subsequent motion at this point. So Councillor Salvador?
With that context, I will wait.
Fantastic. Thank you for self-governing on that. Councillor Wright.
Hi, so I'm just looking at what the city's obligations are in the terms of the agreement and that. If we were to find money for capital repairs and replacements and that, could those even be done within 5 years?
It'll depend on exactly the specific item that needs repair. So the plans and the building condition assessment that we had completed is looking at a longer term, and we may be able to push back some of the work through more preventative maintenance. So I can't give you a direct answer on what would be impacted within that 5-year period.
So having that longer term of 10 years would better align perhaps with some of those?
It ensures that we, as a city, also know that the tenant will be taking on other costs associated with the building, such as like all the utilities for it, all the specific tenant improvements within the theater spaces. So there's that shared amount of responsibility, but maybe that's the best answer I can provide on that.
And the previous lease agreement was for 50 years, right? So this is
Correct.
Substantially reduced from what they were used to. Okay.
Correct.
Yeah, because I can't see putting in sort of all that money into work and then sort of having the lease expire in 5 years. So, okay, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you. I'm going to keep going until Mayor Sophie gets logged in. So Councillor Rice.
Thank you very much. I just want to follow on that question from sheer expenditures on the facility perspective. So what I heard is my understanding. I want to make sure it's correct. And then the cost right now, the responsibility, and for the Citadel, and it's just operational cost. And the utility, you mentioned utility is the operational cost. But we are talking about the financial implication here is specifically focused on the capital cost, that is maintenance cost.
That's correct. The Citadel is providing a capital contribution, though, as well through the lease, through the ticket tax that they will be, or the ticket fee, I should say, that is being applied. And so on an annual basis, there will be additional dollars that will be provided to the city.
So is that amount, as indicated in the report, as 100,000 per year?
A minimum of 100,000, and through increased attendance, that would also grow. So depending on how well they're performing, the city would receive more funds.
Okay, so if that is the case, I have a question related to the financial implication here for the budget, for the capital budget. So for 25 years lease and then the maintenance cost, could be at $131 million. And then for 10 years will be $56.2 million based on the current construction cost, but not considered the increased construction cost yet.
So that estimate is a
Yeah.
class 5 estimate at this point in time.
Yes.
There's
Yeah.
a lot of room to move in there. It's a -50 to a +100% estimate at this stage. More details would be reviewed as we go through the process and through more preventative maintenance work. It doesn't necessarily mean that the city would have to spend that full amount during that set period. It's providing that high-level overview of what those costs might be so that we can start preparing.
Yes, I have two follow-up questions on this, and one is about indicated very clear in the report, page 4 and page 5, because right now our city's capital renewal investment gap is about $4.8 billion, and adding another 131 and then maybe more because give the factors the construction cost will be increased in the future. And so this is added the risks that actually administration indicated very clear, and then how to interfere, how we prioritize and other type of our city's facility and maintenance. So can you explain that a little bit more and how we avoid that? Or is there any plan already in place, say, if this lease is 5 years, what we could do in 5 years? If it's 10 years, what we could do? How that prioritization process impact our city's other core services facilities?
So to start, I would suggest that yes, there is an impact by taking on this lease. However, the city was also in a position here through the way that the original leases were drafted that the building would have reverted back to the city at the end of this current term, which is in September of 2024. And so in that situation, there's a real likelihood that the city would have to take on all the costs associated with the building. In this case, we work towards a shared outcome around both the operating costs as well as some contribution for the capital. When we look to prioritize buildings in the future, this will be an asset that will be mixed in with the other major assets that we have within the city, and that prioritization work will happen through our normal process on the life cycle management side through our IAS team, and we will have to direct funds as needed when the time comes. If there's a situation where there's a large expense that is coming up and we can't fund it out of a specific ongoing profile that we have, that would be a flag that would be raised for council's consideration in the future.
So just a very basic math here, and $56 million for the 10 years, and then gave the minimum and share cost from Citadel and $100,000 per year. That means our city still and put, can you tell me number, how much? And we still have so much, I saw the lot, hidden not there. And then so to me, and where did we find that gap with the factor we already have 4.8 billion gaps and in our capital renewal already? Where will we find that money?
So I would say that's a great question, but not necessarily relevant to the length of the lease piece. It's a question that council will have to grapple with as part of our capital budgets conversation. So great question, but just maybe not relevant to the amendments before us as to whether we're doing a 5 or a 10 year lease.
So I will respect the chair's comment for that point, but this is factor for me to consider, and then should I support this or not? Yeah, thank you.
Are you ready, Mayor?
Yes.
Okay, I'll turn the chair back.
Thank you so much, Councillor Knack, for starting the meeting and carrying on with the proceedings. Appreciate that. Councillor Cartmel, go ahead, please.
Great, thank you. Renewal options, those are city options. We have the option to renew.
They are tenant options.
They are tenant options. So if the Citadel decides to renew for 5 years, we are obligated to honor that option, and we have no...
There are built-in termination rights within the lease.
That was my next question, yeah.
Outside of the renewals, so the renewals are tenant options. Should they choose, the lease will extend. There are termination options also built into the lease.
So they have the right to extend the lease. We don't.
Correct.
Both parties, I shouldn't say we, the city doesn't. Both parties have the right to terminate the lease on 180 days notice.
Correct. We will need city council to use that termination, but both parties do have that right.
So if we find it's not working, we can terminate notwithstanding their ability to extend.
That is correct. We would obviously need to work with the Citadel around that as well, in terms of the communication, make sure that there's an abundant amount of time for a notice period as well.
Does one clause trump the other?
No.
No? Okay. I'm imagining potential issues, but I don't know that they are potential issues. I mean, I don't know, for instance, you know, the Citadel might decide there's another venue they prefer and they give us 6 months termination notice and move.
They
right?
could.
They could. They could renew the lease at some point and move and not, then I guess we could terminate. Okay. Okay, so I guess going back sort of, I think, to the premise of the amendment, which is, you know, let's try this for a while, and if it doesn't work, we're not obligated. We have that anyway with the termination clause. If it's not working for us, we can terminate and away we go.
That's right.
Yeah, okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Tang.
Thank you very much. Maybe start with the mover. So my understanding of sort of your sequence here is that you're looking to shorten the lease from 10 to 5 and then remove that ability to extend to allow for the exploration of the work that you will outline or introduce in the subsequent. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Great. And then I'm wondering if you had a chance to run this by Amin and Citadel beforehand.
I did not speak with Citadel. I spoke with legal and city clerk.
Okay, and I'm just wondering if Amin had a conversation with Citadel, and do they, what kind of, I guess, implication do they foresee with something like this?
We have not had a conversation specific to this motion, unfortunately.
Okay.
Sorry, we have not had a conversation specific to this motion.
Yeah. And I do have a question about what is to come in subsequent, and I know it's not what's on the table here, but it's relevant because we're shortening the lease to allow that exploration work to happen, and I don't necessarily want to click on for the next round. But what I'm hearing around just even that housing piece is like, it wasn't a market issue, it wasn't sort of an economic issue, it's a structural issue, and if we ever wanted to go down the path of housing, you will effectively have to knock down the building to build a new, rather than just add it on top. Is that correct?
I'll say I'm not an engineer, so
Okay.
that's number one. Secondly, I think there's likely more feasible options to do affordable housing on other sites. The city does have a multitude of other sites that we're actually working with different housing providers within the quarters currently. And so there are opportunities there. And so that's where my point is around building over top of this structure, knowing that you need to have really strong load-bearing support in order to rise above that. How does that impact the building would be quite a challenge, I think, and would add costs.
Interesting. And I recognize you haven't really talked to Citadel, but I guess in your negotiation leading up to this point with them, can you, I guess, so my interpretation of a 10-year versus a 5 is that it comes with certain stability for the theater as well. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, so I can start, and if Carolyn wants to jump in, she can. From their perspective, as I mentioned, they really were looking for a longer-term lease, and so that provides them that stability around all their programming work as well. So as it takes time for them to actually prepare and plan and coordinate a certain type of event at the facility, having a longer-term lease greatly helps them in that regard. But we did limit it to 10 years with that termination right, plus the 5-year options that are in there, just so that from the city's perspective, we can see how this is working on our end. So this was sort of that middle ground of understanding that the Citadel wanted something longer, but also knowing that we have some significant changes happening right now. So we limited it to the 10-year period initially, with some additional options and ability for the city to control outcomes in the event things are not working out.
Right. And I think during the committee, there was a lot of questions just asked about sort of the capital inventory and all of that, and I felt a lot of my questions around kind of prioritization and how that will work and how will all the parties feel about that are adequately answered. Anyways, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Knack, can you take the chair, please?
I've got the chair.
So what I understand is that because Lee's the original lease had a clause that city will take over the lease when that lease expires, so we have to take it over. I don't see a choice in that, right?
That's one of the options for sure. So the city could also go into overhold with the tenant, but in that situation, either party can terminate within, I think it was a 60-day or 30-day period.
Yeah.
So ultimately, there is a real risk that the building reverts to the city
Yeah.
in any event, and all the costs associated with it
Yeah.
fall on the city.
So this is the kind of the best of what you could negotiate in good faith, and Citadel in good faith also showed some desire to have a $2 fee on the tickets to pay for some of the cost.
That's right.
Right? What I heard from Citadel when this was at the committee, that their desire is to expand their programming or do what they do better, and we look after the building, but they want to stay there for long, right? That you have not got any indication from them that they want to move out of their building.
This has been their home for 50 years.
Yeah.
There's been absolutely no indication that they have any intent to move.
Yeah, I think what I heard from them is that they want to stay there for longer and continue to provide the programs out of that building and expand actually programming in that building.
100%.
Yeah, okay.
And it's very important, again, as they spoke to and we spoke to, they're part of the downtown Edmonton arts scene.
Yeah.
They're part of and committed to downtown vibrancy.
And did you talk to them about 5-year lease? Was that on the table?
We did early on. Again, their initial request was 25 years. 5 years was of discussion.
Yeah.
Again, there was large concerns from them around that 5 years, which is why we ended up at that 10.
Okay, so if we approve this amendment, then Citadel, the concerns they raised with you, there's no ability to resolve those because this will be directing you to just sign a 5-year lease.
Yes, so if this is changed to 5 years,
Yeah.
that does not guarantee that the Citadel will agree to that and sign that.
Yeah, they will not agree. And also, I think without giving them the opportunity to have a conversation, I think if council desires to have a 5-year lease, I think the better amendment would be, or I think better approach would be to send it back to you, go talk to Citadel whether they agree to 5-year deal of lease or not. I think that at least we're giving them the opportunity to engage with you. At this time, we're just passing an amendment without them having the benefit of actually making a case to committee as they did when they were here, because they made their case why lease be approved based on 10-year deal, not a 5-year deal, right?
I think that's fair. I
Yeah.
would just, if I may, just reiterate the point that we have had conversations with them around the
Yeah.
term, and
Yeah.
would just identify again how important it is from their perspective.
It's
to
not
have a
going.
longer
So
term
from
here.
them, it's not a 5-year deal. Is not going to work, right?
That's what we've heard multiple times from them, so
okay.
yes, that's
Okay,
correct.
got it. Okay, good. But point I'm trying to make is that if you had brought forward a 5-year deal to executive committee, Citadel would have presented differently to us than what they presented to committee with the support of the lease.
I very much agree with that
Okay,
statement,
got it.
yes.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you so much. That's I needed to know. With that, I will move the second round.
Yes, do we have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Please vote for a second round.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 10-2. I will return to the chair.
Thank you so much. With that, Councillor Rice, go ahead, please.
Thank you. And because this is a really important decision for both parts, Citadel, and I appreciate their work. I actually really like their work as well. So my question is, because right now has different situation, 10 years, 5 years, or they did not accept it 5 years, we have the risk. So September we get back everything. And then, so then my question is, what is specific risk from maintenance perspective? For example, if they did not accept 5 years, and then I just did a simple math here based on the data you provided in the reports, and for the 5 years, and every years for the renew, I believe this renew amount will be different from maintenance amount. This renew amount every annually is $1.1 million. So that is based on $56 million for the 10 years. So that's $1.1 million for the renew, and then this subtract for the 100,000 that shared cost from Citadel, and we still have around $1 million and for our city to put there. But the maintenance could be deferred, right? No matter it's 5 years, 10 years, or immediately September, we have to get that building back.
So some of those maintenance costs are maintaining the building, so they're everyday maintenance things that'll need to be done. When we speak about the capital, those costs are the costs, as Bart has mentioned, that could be mitigated and not necessarily need to be spent annually.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't look at the capital renewal costs on an annual basis because it's not likely that they'll happen every single year on a point by point. So I just want to clarify that. The city, through taking on the building, would do the preventative work associated with certain equipment. So let's reference something like an HVAC system. And so if there are certain items within that need slight repair, we could do that, which will offset needing to fully replace the HVAC system. As an example, I'm not suggesting that that's an issue at this stage. And so that's what I mean by the preventive maintenance, to make sure you allow a certain asset or a component of the building to prolong its life as long as you possibly can until such time that it requires a full replacement. But the replacement costs won't happen on an annual basis, just spread out.
Okay, so if that is the case, thanks for the clarification. So if we approve the agreement right now, and do you need this funding approved right away? Because it's 10 years, right away, or you don't need to, or it's just based on, and then after this lease agreement, and if there's anything identified, we need to do the maintenance, we need to do the renewal, then you bring that funding request back for the council to approval. So is that the case, or I just want to get a clear line here. And because right now we're facing our budget pressure, and then if we, does that mean, let me ask this way, does that mean we approve the lease agreement today, means we have to approve accordingly the funding today as well? Or is this the 2 steps?
And are you referring to the capital?
Yes, the capital, yeah. Because that's just a huge number there.
So the general answer is no, you don't have to approve that. There is an ongoing capital renewal fund that any work associated with this building would flow out of. Yeah. If there's a major item that comes up in the future, there may be a need in subsequent capital budget adjustments to request funding at that stage. The other thing I would mention is... Oh,
so my question, sorry, I'm mindful of my time, and because my question is about, for that $56 million indicated in the report, you want that approved according with this, or you don't need to? You just need the lease agreement and approve at this moment?
What we're seeking at this moment is the approval of the lease agreement, and then also identifying to council that there will be a service package for an operating budget adjustment. There's
and
not
in the future.
That's right. Come the fall.
Because my concern is we agreed with the lease agreement, and later on, if we are short for the funding, short for the money, but how we support this lease agreement, that is my concern.
So, Councillor.
Yes.
I'm up
Thank you.
In these squares up here. I would say you do not need to approve the capital funding. The reason we include it in the report is so that you have an understanding of the financial implications that are potentially on the horizon. All you're being asked to do today is approve the lease.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Is Councillor Cardwell?
So we own about 850 buildings, yes? Ish?
Between there and, yes, 900 or so.
Between there and infinity? Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. So we own a lot of buildings. Those buildings need to be fixed. Some things need to be fixed more frequently than others. Some need to be fixed sooner than others. This takes us from 850 buildings to 851 buildings. And we figure out what the priorities are, and we figure out what needs to be fixed first, what needs to be fixed next, what roof needs re-roofing, what ice plant needs replacing, what theater needs new glazing on its atrium.
Absolutely, yeah.
And we prioritize.
Yes.
And if you say we need more money because we got more stuff, and we say no, then you reprioritize.
Correct.
And if we say yes, then you do more stuff. And this just is one more building we take care of.
Correct.
Great, thank you.
With the other mitigation being that we are consistently looking at what assets we own from a building perspective and moving towards disposition to mitigate that risk too, so that we're prioritizing the assets that are maybe more significant than others.
Right, so if the ice plant dies in one of the really old shells and it's a single pad rink that's already been identified for termination already has a DNR note on its file, it does not get resuscitated.
That's a possibility, that's right.
Right, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cardamom. So that concludes the questions on this item, sorry, on the amendment. Okay, we have amendment on the floor. Anyone to speak to the amendment? Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thank you very much. I'll just speak very briefly to share that I will not be supporting this motion. There's a number of reasons. The first is that, as we discussed extensively at Executive Committee, this lease has been really carefully calibrated to best balance both our needs and the needs of the Citadel. The Citadel is an incredibly important partner in the downtown, in our theatre and arts district. I really appreciate how they've stewarded the building well, given it back to us in good condition, because again, this is a building that we own and it will come back to us one way or another. Having it come back to us with a partner who is skilled and able and capable of operating and will also be contributing at a minimum $100,000 a year in some of the ongoing maintenance costs. They'll be covering all the daily maintenance costs. These are all positive things and I think help protect the city's interests very well. I understand that shortening the lease jeopardizes that relationship, and that's not something I'm willing to do. I think it is a good point in terms of some of the conversation that's come this morning, that this is the start of our work. More holistically, beyond this exact building, we have a lot of work to do with asset rationalization to ensure that overall our building portfolio is well managed and sustainable into the future. But this is one that, again, is in our portfolio. One that I think is critical and that I believe we have found a positive way forward in managing that. I encourage my colleagues to not support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Rice?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I appreciate this conversation, and also I really appreciate the detailed information in the report. I understand the importance and also this meaning and from this Citadel building and to our Edmontonians. I do appreciate their work and for so many years. Even my daughter attended their program there. They provided lots of good programs there as well. Give the factor here. Give the factor right now. Our cities for the capital we have so many different facilities, buildings, and we already and then we have for the capital renewal already have the gap 4.8 billion gap there. So that is a big gap, and for us to take care of our city's facilities. And right now for this facility, and we take on, and with changing the lease agreement, and from before 2 to 1, and even with some shared costs and roles and responsibility be more clear defined and in the new lease agreement, but we still have $131 million and to be added to this 4.8 billion gap. And where we are going to find that money? Yes, I heard my colleagues talk about we can prioritizing and then take care of something, deferred something. But to me, this financial pressure is still huge for us, and 4.8 billion. And for the contribution from Citadel and 100,000 per year compared to this big number, even we're not counted as annually cost, but the cost, of course, you already estimated there, and then will be there. So I think I understand the intention for the mover and for the 5 years. This at least give us some time to looking for different options, because the last exploration checkpoint is almost over 10 years ago, and 2012 I heard, and you mentioned that. And then why we cannot take that opportunity and give everything is changing right now today, and to looking for different options and how we invest in our city's facility and in the different way. And then I really appreciate city administration brought so many ideas. Even yesterday we passed one, and look at how we can get some revenue, and then to really support our city to take care of our facility. And I think I appreciate the Councillor Principe bring this motion and say, let's look. And then 5 years, and may find a different option. But I do understand the challenge or concern my colleagues mentioned about the 5 years could be not give that stability sense to the Citadel. But if during these 5 years, many things can be changed, and then at the point, at the better financial condition our city have, we may have the better opportunity to give that stability and to the Citadel. And after these 5 years, and explored during these 5 years, I should say, explore so many different options, we may have that better chance to give that stability and to Citadel. And I want to continue to say them to do those what they have been doing and for our city. And I support them. So that's his. But for me, the challenge piece is that the financial piece, and how we can consider our city's current situation and combine with other outside big environment factors, and to give this opportunity to looking for some opportunities. So I will support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Knack.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Sohi. Just specifically on the notion of the 5 year versus 10, I can't remember, it was probably Councillor Cartmel, somebody asked the question, but attachment 1 gives the city the ability to terminate the lease with a minimum of 180 days notice. So to me, 10 years, 5 years, it actually doesn't matter if we want to make a change. And so I'm hearing the point, but if we want to make the change, we actually only have to give about 6 months notice. So we could make that change within the first year if we wanted to. So I think it's best to keep the length that we currently have, because that was what we agreed upon with the Citadel. That's the work that occurred to date. And then, you know, if we really felt like there was something unique that arose throughout this process, we've got a termination clause that allows us even quicker than that. So I won't support the amendment. I appreciate the idea and the concept. I think if there wasn't a termination clause in this, then maybe we would look at something different. But I'm comfortable with the 10 years as is. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you also take the chair, please?
Yeah, happily take the chair.
Yeah, I didn't get the chance to speak to this at the committee because I had to step away. So I'll speak to the broader recommendation as well as the amendment. And since executive committee's approval, since the executive committee's approval, there has been some commentary in the public as well that why city is taking on this responsibility. I think it's very important for Edmontonians to know that whether we like it or not, this building is becoming city's building, because that's how the lease was structured, and we have no option other than taking it over. And also, I think it's a right decision to make as well, because enabling Citadel to do what they're good at, which is producing art, culture, and theater, instead of looking after a building, which we can better manage within our portfolio, and if there are other options for repurposing of the building or, future divestation of the building or other buildings, I think that conversation will carry on along with the $30 billion infrastructure that we own, right? So I think that's where that will fit in. So I think it's important to clarify that point. It's not that somebody, whether Citadel pays for those maintenance costs, whether we pay for those maintenance costs, those are real costs as well, right? So and the rehabilitation. I think this is our administration done a reasonably pretty good job negotiating with Citadel, deal that works for us, deal that works for them. And this will be a contribution from Edmontonians to our arts and cultural community, which absolutely drives our economy. It brings joy to Edmontonians. It brings vibrancy to downtown. And Citadel has been such a phenomenal institution in our downtown that is so essential that their financial sustainability as well as what they do, they continue to do that and do it better is enabled, right? And this lease will do that. So won't support amendments, but look forward to supporting the recommendation from the committee. Okay. With that, I will take the chair back.
I'll return the chair.
And I'll go to Councilor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I won't reiterate the points that were made by Councillor Stevenson-Knack and the mayor, but I do just want to say, and I'll be brief, purely from a governance perspective, I think this kind of motion that's put forward without even having a conversation with the Citadel prior to doing so inserts some risk and risks compromising a long-standing positive working relationship with a pillar in our arts and theater community. I'm very confident that our administration, in collaboration with the Citadel, after many months of conversation, has presented us with the best possible approach and best possible path forward. So I will not be able to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me okay?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand. Councillor Paquette, what did you say? Can you hear me? Yeah, we can hear you now.
better now?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Great. Okay. So thank you to everyone for a vigorous debate again. And I will just say there's actually, I understand the intent of the motion, but when you unpack it, there is actually no benefit to the city of Edmonton to changing this agreement. It doesn't change any of the underlying principles and issues that have led to the original agreement that was proposed by administration at all whatsoever. So because of that, and because Citadel isn't here to talk about this, but they were here to talk about the agreement that they did agree with on, I will not be supporting this, and my recommendation to council is we just carry forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Principe to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's ironic because I agree with many of the points made. So, but I just have a different opinion. And the right thing to do, I think, is dependent on what the person believes. And that's, what we do here on City Council. And I agree about the importance of Citadel. And I'm not saying that, in 5 years, we wouldn't consider a lease. I just really believe that we need to look at other options. And in fact, as Councillor Knack and Councillor Cartmell noted, if there is a clause to terminate within 180 days for either party, well, then how is a 5-year lease going to be that detrimental? I'm not sure. I don't understand that reasoning. If we have the option of canceling the lease in 180 days notice, I can't see the harm in a 5-year lease. Just to give time to explore other options. I did ask those questions about housing above the building, and they did not have those answers for me at committee. And that was from 2012. And from my understanding, it wasn't fully explored, that possibility. So I think that it is something that we should do our due diligence and explore that option. I'm not suggesting that in 5 years we wouldn't renew. Citadel is a very important part of our city. And this reminds me of the discussions we've had with Hangar 14, because the city was looking to sell some of our assets. We're trying to sell some assets, not increase our assets. And with Hangar 14, I believe it was only a year that we looked. This is a 5-year, and it's not, again, my intention isn't to terminate after 5 years if there's no other path forward. It's just to give time to look and explore other options. That is my intent. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Principe, please vote on the amendment first.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Amendment is defeated. Now we are back to the original motion. Here we go. Anyone wants to speak to the original motion? Councillor Salvador, do you want to close? No? No, I want to speak. Oh, you want to speak? Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mersohi. And thank you for my colleagues for all the points, all the discussion, and thank you, administration.
Sorry, point of order.
Yeah.
Councillor Rice had a lot of latitude in the speaking to the amendment, where she spoke to the overall content of the finances and the concern with this lease agreement. I don't think we should be giving people 2 times to speak to the same item. So just want that to be out there as a discretion for you, Mr. Mayor. But we need to either have a stronger restraint on speaking to amendments, or be mindful to not speak twice when we're talking about overall stuff.
I have the right to speak and for the motion.
Yeah, so what I will say is that I spoke to the amendment, but also spoke to the broader motion. So, Councillor Rice, what I will caution that when you're speaking now, right, please speak to the motion on the floor, not to the amendment or any content of the amendment. Right?
I haven't started it.
Yeah,
how
so just
how could assuming I'm speaking this is unfair to me. I disagree with that point of order.
Just putting a frame around it. Go ahead, please.
Yeah. I need my time back.
Can we start the time again, please?
Thank you.
Happy to reset.
Thank you very much, and that I want to speak to this. I believe I have right to speak to any motion on the floor as a member of the council. And I disagree, I have any attitude. I think my attitude everybody in the room can see, and it's positive. And then I don't know how that comments could come from. So I want to speak to this motion. Like I said earlier, I do believe the importance and the Citadel has been doing and for our city, the contribution and bring the arts and bring all the entertainment to our city. That's never be discounted. I like them work. I support their work. But the only reason I cannot support this motion, I said in my question I asked previously, our city and we have lots of assets, and right now with they already give the number $4.8 billion gap, and how we take care of our city's assets, our own assets. So we are adding one more. And then I do not mind to add one more if we have a healthy financial situation. But this gap is already there. And then the number to maintain the Citadel as a reasonable condition is not $30 million. It is indicated very clear, and in administration report is about $131 million for 25 years and $56 million for 10 years. And I asked that question earlier, and where that money come from? And with the $4.8 billion gap already there, and how we can perform our own responsibilities after we signed agreement to find the money if something needed. And for the maintenance, I just want our city to come across in public's eye. We are responsible for any decision, spending decision we are making here. We can sign agreement. And later on, if we cannot even find the money and to do the proper maintenance, and with that funding gap already in our financial situation, that is my big concern and why I cannot support this motion. But this does not mean I do not believe their work. I do not recognize their work. Does not mean I do not support their work. But we have this situation here. And then I believe it's right then and for our city and to explore different options and to make sure we have that financial condition can support our city's needs for many assets we own. That is a fundamental factor for us to take any additional assets there. And why we cannot explore different options and to improve this situation, to make sure we can keep our responsibility, accountability, and then after we sign agreement, we can provide that money. But where's that money? The money right now is 4.8. I'm saying this over and over. $4.8 billion gap in our city's capital renew budget already there. That is my big concern. We do not have that good chance for us to keep our responsibility to really provide that maintenance the city needs. That is my concern. So that is the only reason I cannot support. Otherwise, I support their work. I never want to discount what's the contributions they provided to our city. I want to continue to see that contribution to our city as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. So, ready to vote? Yeah, please vote.
Just waiting for one vote. We have all votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay.
Do you want me to just do a bit of a recap as to how this might play out for the rest of the day?
Is there a subsequent on this?
Oh.
Councillor Principe?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just, I couldn't click on to speak. I do have a subsequent that administration provide a report with options for a potential sale of the Citadel Theatre building and the feasibility of adding residential development on top of the existing, residential or other development on top of the existing structure.
Okay. Need a seconder, please?
Second.
Councillor Rice, thank you. So we have a motion on the floor, subsequent on the floor. Can you make the introduction, please, Councillor Principe?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. During committee, I had asked the question about the feasibility of residential development above, and I was not given a clear answer at the time. And I just thought that, and I heard today now that in 2012 it was explored. However, I think that that was quite a while ago, over 10 years ago it was explored. So I think there is a chance here for us to explore other options. And as I said earlier, I'm reminded with Hangar 14, how even though we still wanted to see the museum within the building, we were looking at options for keeping. It's the same. I want to see Citadel stay in the building, and I would not support Citadel not having a space. So that is not my intention. My intention would never be to not be supporting Citadel. I think we should be looking at options, exploring different options. I think that's just would be our due diligence to do so.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I guess maybe a question to our real estate team, infrastructure, is sort of thinking about we're doing work right now on pretty much every city building to figure out, what's the best use. So I guess what I'm wondering is that instead of doing and I'll ask this question of the mover after, but instead of doing a standalone report for this, is this just something you would do as part of now our overall city inventory? You're going to look at all available options, consider different alternatives as part of our portfolio of buildings that we've got?
I would say yes, we are looking at all the different facilities that we own, as well as the condition of those facilities, and looking to make decisions around which ones could be retained by the city, or which ones may be at the point where there needs to be a decision around disposition. Does that require potential demolition? Does that require a potential sale? Something along those lines. So this is work that is happening.
So I guess all I'm wondering is that it's, since you're doing that on all of the buildings, can we just sort of take this and make sure that is being done instead of I'm worried about creating a standalone report for one of our 851 buildings versus just, if you're going to do that, let's make sure we do it. Maybe we just tweak the motion that says that as part of that ongoing work, make sure you consider this, which I understand maybe is something you're already doing, but I appreciate the mover's intent here just to.
So I'm going to jump in.
Yeah.
And say that I do not think that the feasibility of building residential is something that would be normal course of our work. Okay. It would be like Mr. Jaraki just described. We'd be looking at, should we continue to own the building? What's the purpose of the building? Should we dispose of the building? Should we sell the building? I think investigating the feasibility of housing is not something that would necessarily be contemplated. I would also, I feel pretty comfortable in saying of all the housing related things that we have to do, I'm not sure that this is one that we would pick up and have done unless you direct us specifically to do so. Okay. But it wouldn't be our priority.
Oh, okay, that's helpful information. Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Cardwell, just to speak. Okay, Councillor Jans.
Thank you. Does the mover know how much this motion would cost?
I do not know.
Could I ask administration how much would this motion cost?
Cost in terms of
financial dollars. Like I'm guessing this isn't
a point of order.
Yes, yes. What is point of order, Councillor Rice?
I do not find this question is in order.
I think, Councillor Jans, you're asking about the cost of doing this work or the motion?
I'm guessing we didn't budget for an engineering study.
That's correct.
I'm guessing we didn't budget for architectural assessments.
We wouldn't have for this type of purpose, no.
So I'm not in the industry. Is this a $100 ask? Is this $1 million ask? Like, that's what I'm just trying to get a sense of here. Because I love housing. I want housing everywhere. It's great location. There's an LRT right there. I really see a, curbside appeal here, but I'm hearing it's not priority from admin, and I'm just trying to get a sense of, like, is this something, what would the cost of something like this be?
So I may ask Pascal, who is on the call, she might be able to help articulate a better cost from like that construction type of perspective. Pascal, if you don't mind.
Yeah, happy to, Bart. Councillor Jans, I think just the initial, as you're kind of hinting, the initial steps would be to do structural assessments, architectural assessments, and those would be in the range of hundreds of thousands of dollars, given the complexity of the building and the level of information that would be required to assess the feasibility and truly respond to this motion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. So that concludes the questions on the subsequent. Now to speak, Councillor Cardwell.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, again, I'm not able to click
you
on
have questions, Councillor Principe?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Go ahead, please. Councillor Rice, you have questions to speak? Questions? Okay, go ahead, please, Councillor Rice, and I'll come to you, Councillor Principe.
Sure, sounds good.
Yeah.
So the question is about the due date for the report. Specifically provided report and come back to explore the potential sale options. So how much time do you need for that?
This is obviously would be a massive sale to take it to the market and allow the market to fully look into this.
So sorry, it's not about to take to the market. It's just to provide the report to explore this option.
At the earliest, I would suggest like going through some feasibility type studies as outlined here. I can't see us being in a position to share that maybe until Q1 of 2025. And Pascal, again, wondering if you have any input on that.
Yeah, I agree with that timeline, Bart. I think to do the feasibility portion, it might be even a little tight, but we could try for Q1 of 2025. Yeah.
So is that timeline is okay for the mover? The Q1 2025?
Yeah, that's fine. I really wasn't in a rush for this. I'm fine with Q1 or Q2 of 2025.
So I'm seeing the first option is not a feasibility study, and I can say the feasibility study could apply to the option 2. So that is why I was wondering to ask mover, would you like to separate this? Because first one is just provided the report and for the potential sale, and how could that be? Some analysis works behind that. And then second is a feasibility study, and then since 2012, to explore the option. So then my next question to administration is, because give the location and for the land use purpose, and how could that point about the residential will not be feasible? And then the location close to public transit, location close to library, location close to the commercial area in the core downtown area. So is there any reason could contribute to say, and this is not feasible and for the residential development? Is there any comment on that?
My main comment on that would be that really comes down to the value that you get out of the capital that you put into this building. And so how much does the capital cost in order to allow for a structure to be built over top? And will you retain a certain amount of value over the lifespan of that asset to make that a feasible option? So location-wise, it's a great location, but there are other challenges with building over top of an existing theater, as well as revisiting how the entire makeup of the main floor now looks, as you're going to need to create elevators and you have to change the common area to accommodate for tenants that would be living within a space, while you also have a public component of a theater located here. So those are the main comments, is that that's a pretty large exercise to undertake. And although from a location perspective it's great, you need to determine whether or not there's enough cash flow that will come through of this at the end of the day.
Okay, thank you. That's my question.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Principe, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I do have a question. I'm a little confused because I've heard that in 2012, the work was done and it was not deemed feasible. So I thought the structural work was already done or like looked into.
Just to clarify on that point, I don't have a lot of the background around all the work that was completed at that stage. We tried to find what we could within the last day, but I don't have a lot of those details. Ultimately, no proposal moved forward at that stage in terms of actually developing a structure over top of the Citadel.
And is there any, in the first part of the motion, it says about exploring the potential sale. Is there any way of having, if there were a private developer who was interested in possibly looking into it, would it be possible that they could be doing that work, looking into the structural possibilities? Or would it have to be city responsibility?
Ultimately, any private entity would want to look at and confirm all those costs themselves. So that is something that they would do. I would also suggest that if the city is selling or looking at the potential sale of this building to a private entity, they would also look at all the existing capital requirements and ongoing preventative maintenance that they would be inheriting through the lease as it's currently drafted and was just approved by council. So that's another factor that they would take into account when looking at a purchase of this asset and looking at exploring options to develop over top of it.
The other thing that they would ask if that conversation was to be had is what council's requirements would be to keep Citadel and what that relationship is. Us selling that land, from we hear from council, Citadel is important. Well, what are we going to require them to do with Citadel? Are we requiring them to keep the same obligations? Are we requiring them to keep a tenant there? So those are things that we would need to know in order to even have those conversations for then a developer to go spend that money and figure out if that is feasible.
Right. I didn't really intend to have the city be doing full-on engineering, expensive engineering, but determination on the feasibility. But I still feel that they could bring back a report at least with that information you have from previous. I would like to see that. You had mentioned that you had been looking for that information the last day. In the very least, I would like to see a report with that information that you already have. And if you prefer it to be in a memo form, then I would be okay with that.
Yeah, we'd have to dig further into more details around that, but would also suggest that if that's the case, a memo may be more appropriate.
I would be okay with separating the two and then having one of my colleagues amend my report to it being a memo.
So if I may, I think it is one thing for us to provide a memo, to find the materials that already exist and to share them with council in a memo. I do not think you can simply convert what is on the screen here to a memo. This is a significant amount of work.
Got it.
Okay. Yeah, think it would have just been item 2.
Councillor Principe, if it would be helpful to build on what the CFO has just said, if you are asking for information that is readily available and has previously been provided to council, then you could withdraw this motion on the floor and maybe give me time to craft something with the CFO and looking at the chair if that would be amenable. But the motion on the floor cannot be a memo because it's directing work.
Yeah. Okay, think about that, Councillor Principe. Councillor Paquette?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I call the question. If there's a seconder.
Second.
You don't need a seconder. You don't need a seconder. Okay. It's okay. All right, so we vote on
Is
this?
that accepted?
Yeah.
Chair? Okay, we'll pull the vote up.
So people can't even speak to this now, right?
Are you accepting the question?
So what I need clarity on is that if I accept this, then people can't even speak to it. We're going directly to vote.
That is the purpose of calling question. It's no more discussion and the vote is called.
Well, people have signed up to ask question and to speak, so I'm going to rule against it. I know it's lengthy discussion, but some people haven't asked a question on this. I think they have the right to ask questions. Some people haven't spoken on this. They have the right to speak on this. So I'm going to rule against calling the question. Okay. So what would the process be?
Okay.
You didn't.
Okay. Councillor Paquette is okay with it. Okay, good.
No, I'm not okay with it, but if the chair is disputing this.
Yeah.
So question's been called. It has been your customary process, once question's been called, which is quite rare, that debate and speaking to the item cease and you direct the chair to call the vote. If the person who called the question does not accept that you don't accept the question, then the councillor could challenge that. Step 1 would be to challenge your not acceptance, and the second thing that is an option is you could then put the question on the floor, again, second it, and vote. That way it would be the decision of the committee and the assembly deciding to limit the debate or not.
Okay.
It's up to you how to proceed.
So Councillor Paquette, do you challenge my not accepting your calling questions?
I do not.
Okay,
My
good.
intent was to speed up the process.
Absolutely, I understand that. Okay, good, which I appreciate. With that,
I guess I'll ask my questions then.
you go ahead, please.
Thank you. Okay, so I don't have the motion on the floor, or I mean on the screen right now to specifically speak to it, but, or ask a question. Okay, thank you. Okay, so Citadel is a purpose-built building for a large theater company, yes?
Yes.
Yeah, is there a big market in Edmonton or in Alberta for another massive, large theater company to purchase a purpose-built building?
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, okay. The Citadel has a lot of glass on the roof, yeah?
Correct.
Do we typically build housing on top of glass roofs?
I am not an expert on that, but I would assume not.
Right, okay. Are there, okay, and again, you're not an expert, but I'm just thinking, if there is firm ground upon which to build housing and affordable housing, would that likely be less expensive than repurposing a purpose-built structure to put housing on top of it?
Yes, and I think I did try to articulate that point earlier in the conversation as well.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you. So my question to you, to the mover, Part one, it sounds like it would be incorporated into the ordinary work of administration, but this would make it clear. And I'm seeing some nods in the room, but is that your understanding as well?
Yes.
And then part two seeks to explore the feasibility of additional uses, not alternative, but additional uses for the building. And your understanding is that administration previously explored this option, but you have not yet seen that information, correct?
Correct.
So so a thought, would you be amenable to, since this motion is already broken up, withdrawing part two and allowing part one to go ahead as it would be incorporated into administration's work that's already underway, and potentially restating part two as an inquiry at a committee or later committee or council meeting? So that you
Yes.
can, okay, all right. So,
Yeah.
so.
And I
Go
had
ahead.
suggested a little bit earlier that maybe I would like separate them and just ask for, I had suggested a memo, but I think that's a great idea, doing it as an inquiry.
So my advice, and maybe I'll move this, is part two be struck. I'll move part two be struck and be deleted. And the councillor could restate this as an inquiry at a committee or council meeting.
Good. Thank you. We need a seconder?
Second.
Thank you. So to strike down number 2, we are voting on, any questions on striking number 2? Anyone to speak to it? I see no one speaking to it, so please vote.
I'm a yes, Madam Clerk.
Yeah, MJ's going to send this out, and I bet you 30 seconds. Thanks, MJ. Not even. MJ's so good.
I'm yes.
Thanks, Councillor Rice. Just waiting on one more vote.
I'm a no.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So now motion on the floor is the feasibility of. Okay. Any more questions on part 1? Seeing none, Councillor Cardinal to speak? No, that's it. Okay. Anyone else to speak on part 1? Sorry, I'm not seeing the list. Oh, here we go. Councillor Stevenson.
I won't be supporting this motion. I think looking at different options in terms of how we manage our building stock is valuable. I also trust the analysis that our administration does. We know that in situations where it warrants a sale, that's brought forward to us. This wasn't what was proposed from our staff, and I'm just mindful of their time and the significant work that they have on the rest of our asset rationalization. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Knack. I'll be very good.
Yeah, Chair.
We do asset rationalization, we look at divestment and investments, but whatever comes in front of us, I will never, ever support selling an iconic building in the downtown that is home to Citadel and create any uncertainty for Citadel, right? So whether this motion passes, whatever comes back, right? I would not support this to start with, because it's just a phenomenal building. Should be proudly owned by the public. Public takes pride in it, and that pride must be maintained by keeping the ownership public. So I would not be supporting this. I'll take the chair back.
I'll return the chair.
And I'll go to Councillor Principe to close.
Thank you. Yes, I agree that it is an important building, and Citadel does very important work for Edmonton. And I, again, am going to refer to Hangar 14. I believe that that building was very important as well to Edmontonians and people visiting Edmonton. Yeah, I'm just going to leave it at that. Thank you.
Please vote. Got it? Okay.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. Okay, clerk, you were suggesting something before we went to subsequent motions. Sorry.
I might have lost
You
my
were
train of
going to
thought.
walk me
I will-
through where we were on
I
the.
will pull myself back. So just to recap what all we have left to accomplish today. So item 9.3,
Just
which
hold
we
on.
can't deal with this morning, and item 9.4, which we can't deal with this morning. 9.6, happy to give an update, but I need to do that in private and with less people. 9.7, which is actually an item for council. So I wonder if you wanted to go in private and you could all do your reporting on external agency appointments.
Okay, so we can't deal with 9.3 because it's time specific 3:45, right?
No, that was for yesterday. No, and that
Oh,
wasn't approved.
Oh, so,
Yeah, so we just need some people here for that one, and they can do that one this afternoon. Same thing with 9.4, 9.6 and 9.7. I'm not sure if we can get through both of those in the next 30 minutes, and then we have some motions pending.
okay, let's go in camera then.
And sorry, I have a quick subsequent, hopefully a quick subsequent still on the police one.
Oh, yeah. And
Oh,
I don't know if it'll be quick. I hope it is now.
yeah, right, of course, we were not able to deal with that yesterday. So do we go back to 7.1?
I think we should.
Okay. Okay, can someone move that we go back to 7.1, please?
I think
So
just,
moved.
I think we're just there, actually.
We are there, okay, well, can you move your subsequent, please?
Yes, I just put it in the chat. I'm just making sure that the clerks have it. Yeah, I put it in the group chat as well. I think I sent it to you. So, but yes, so the administration work with the Edmonton Police Commission to develop a more regular schedule check-ins at council. Some topics to be discussed at future check-ins would include but not be limited to allowing the city auditor to complete an audit and control tactics.
Need a seconder?
Second.
Okay, all right, can you make the introduction, please, Councillor Knack?
Yeah, just very quickly, we talked about, is there a way to have some more formal check-ins? This would then have a conversation about if we can do that. And I heard a few different topics that came up from different councillors. I wanted to include a couple. For one that I'm really passionate about is the conversation around an audit. I heard Councillor Janz's questions yesterday about, and actually I think a number of councillors' questions around control tactics. And again, we can flesh out what an agenda would look like. I didn't want to get too specific, but I also wanted to give the commission a general idea of some of the things that I think we should probably talk about. So, so I purposely left it including but not limited to. I didn't want to get into listing 100 different things. I just want to get the meeting on the books.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cardinal, questions?
In the form of questions, yes.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So we are gifted this construct by the provincial government. I guess one of the questions, maybe this is to the clerk, I don't know if you're the best person to answer this or not, given we've lost a lot of the people that were here yesterday, but this construct of council speaks through commission speaks to the police service, the commission has related its understanding of they can't get into operational issues, that kind of thing. Oh, to Ms. Plouffe, is that what you're trying to say?
She could supplement that too, right?
All right, sorry, yeah, fair enough. I was gonna suggest some sort of a jurisdictional scan, but I'm not sure there's value in that because I'm not sure we can do anything about it anyway. I'm recalling a conversation I had with somebody that lives in Peel and does government relations work, and their construct about how they govern the police is different than ours. And I don't know if there's value in that or not, because we can't really do anything anyway, and things are changing at the province anyway. Maybe I just wanted to validate that understanding.
That's correct, Councillor. We're bound by the terms of the Police Act.
Michelle, can you move back close to the mic, please?
Sorry,
close to the mic.
I agree with you, Councillor Cartmel. We're bound by the terms of our provincial legislation under the Police Act. So I think, I think we've talked at some point about this question, but we're really, our hands are very tied.
So, I'm not sure who this is to either. I wonder about a series of conversations that takes a deep dive into each one of these topics. I'm kind of, in a weird way, reminded of the rate filing stuff that we're doing at utility, and there's so much to consume. I found yesterday there was so much to consume that if we want to have a talk about, use of force or control tactics, I'm interested in that, but I see that taking more than being one part of a 5-part meeting. So I wonder about a series of meetings that are topic specific, and perhaps that's rhetorical, but I don't know what amendment to offer, but I wonder about that. To the mover? Yeah.
Yes, that was very much the intent on the reference to regularly scheduled check-ins, so not just a single check-in. So yeah, I'm happy for whatever wording might make that more clear, but that was absolutely my intent, is exactly how you described it.
I'm sorry, Councillor Knack, I was still hearing quarterly and not reading the motion. So okay. So I agree with perhaps more enough check-ins until we have all the conversation and we work it out. So I also then want to ask about the form of the conversation. And I understand that we want to have this as public as possible because we, at least in my view, we have a communication gap and an understanding gap with public perception of these relationships, public perception of what we can control, what we can't, all of that. But I want to read to you some comments I received last night by text, by people that were sitting with their back to the audience yesterday. And I said several times yesterday, the room should be cleared. These are the comments I got. Most unsafe I have felt in years. Terrible having my back to this crowd and having them fueled by certain councillors. I will not go back to an environment like that. Demoralizing, disrespectful, and dehumanizing. How are we supposed to do the good work expected of us when we are consistently and constantly attacked? We are volunteers. So I don't know how to undo all of it. I do know I said a couple of times yesterday the room should be cleared, that we should have much less tolerance than we had yesterday. And I got a little bit of, oh, it's no big deal, or oh, the perpetrators have left. That was not fair yesterday. So my question is, how do we make it so that people can actively participate? Because I think we've got a situation now where the people we want to talk to don't want to come back. I note this morning that the Police Commission has moved their meeting to online only. And I have to believe that that's out of an apprehension of the safety of everyone that might participate in that. So I don't know who to ask that to, but we've got to figure this out, because I felt my own self, I should have spoken up, I should have said more, I should have insisted into a microphone. I was prepared to walk out. And I hesitated and I didn't. And I don't want to be in a situation where I want to walk out of a meeting again because I want to participate. But when I can see the faces looking at me and they are really scared, that was not fair. Don't you think?
But I think
that to the mover, just as a quick answer.
Maybe as chair, this is how this is structured. Everybody sits there. People who make presentation look at us. Their back is always to the people. Maybe it's the structure of this building, which I can't change. But I also need to keep in mind that I have been through many meetings in this room where we have seen actually more rudeness, right? So I think that's what we need to figure out.
But not coming on the heels of a shooting, I would suggest. Things are different now, right? I don't know that we've... Like, I don't want to be
Yeah.
too dramatic or
Yeah.
rhetorical about it, but we've got a lot of heightened tension in our world today that we didn't have 5 or 6
Yeah,
or 7 years ago talking about Uber,
Yeah,
right?
I think I hear that, right? I think that's some conversation we need to have around public's ability to engage. Do new realities require restricted engagement from public, which I personally don't agree, but that's something council would have to discuss at some point, right? So, because it's not be the last time that we will be seeing. We saw that during zoning regulations. Councilor Salvador was threatened in this chamber, and people were laughing in the chamber, and nobody questioned that. And we have other situations where, I was threatened online by someone who called me that my time will come, and people in the chamber were laughing, and nobody called them out. I think we need to have that conversation about what we tolerate, who we tolerate, and how we tolerate, right? I think there's a broader conversation that we need to have. I don't think this is the space for that conversation today, but I think we'll take it offline with legal, with the clerk, and see how we can proceed with that. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, you weren't asking me questions, Councillor, you didn't ask me any questions, but I'm very concerned, pardon me, about the health and safety of our staff. Pardon me. I don't want to speak about anyone in particular, but there was some really awful psychological fear, like psychological mental health feelings yesterday, and that's part of my obligation to the city to make sure that we're providing a safe and healthy workspace for our team. So I won't comment specifically yesterday, but I know that was felt deeply, and it was very difficult for them. I feel like I need to say that. Thank you.
Yeah, so we'll have that conversation and figure out what is the best approach to deal with that in the future. I think just calling for people for decorum sometimes doesn't work, but I think we need to have consistent rules that can be applied consistently by everyone and to everyone. Yeah, that comes to this room. Yeah. Okay, so we'll carry on with the motion now, or that is on the floor from Councillor Knack. Councillor Tang, you have questions on this?
Yeah, I had a question on the motion on the table. But before I do, Councillor Knack, did you want to respond to the previous comment or no?
Well, I just specific to the motion, I was going to say that, I mean, we can't, we have to leave this purposely a bit open-ended, so my expectation would be that the conversation with administration and the Edmonton Police Commission would help inform what that check-in looks like, where it is, how we ensure everyone's safety. So,
Good point, thank you. Because I guess that was kind of where some of my question was going to go. If we want to debrief about yesterday or any other public meeting, I think we absolutely can, but I would rather just focus on this. But if people hesitate to coming back to this particular format, I'm hearing from the mover that you'll be open to that conversation. Commission could just say straight up no, right? And that could very much be an outcome that you will anticipate.
It's possible, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, they have the right.
But I think we at least need to open that door for that conversation. I think I had kind of lost my train of thought here. So I think also the commission chair did mention that, yes, in the past there has been regular check-ins, luncheons. We've tried to attempt to some of that. But I guess to the mover, since you've been on council the longest, any other formats beyond that that you've experienced?
No, really, the only main check-in we used to have was the lunch check-ins, typically every quarter, and that was not a public meeting, that was an information session almost, essentially, for council.
So in some ways, you could kind of gather some of those information that you're talking about in here, correct?
Correct. Yeah, they typically would come with 1 or 2 topics, but would have time available for regular Q&A at the end sometimes.
Because I know we've attempted some of the luncheons in the last couple of years, and to me, those are fairly like for socializing rather than information sharing and learning, which I think the latter is what I'm more interested in. And if there's opportunity to dive into some topics, I think this will be a worthwhile effort. And then I guess the other thing I was curious, because, if I think back to the format of the annual reports, it's a fairly large delegation. People take half day, full day to come here. It's very resource intensive, and it really gets into the weeds, I find. Which, for an annual report, I feel like we can talk about data and stuff, but for this kind of, what are you envisioning? Are you envisioning a giant delegation every time?
No, a little to Councillor Cartmell's question, I would expect, we're talking about this one topic or these 2 topics, and that's it, and your delegation is specific to those, and if there's anything else, you would sort of put that on the agenda for your next check-in.
Yeah, because I've been thinking a lot about, too, around the relations between commission service and council. Would it make sense just for the commission to kind of a bit of a report back rather than going through each report line by line? To me, that's their role. Whereas from where I am, I want to hear about what the commission has been talking about, some summaries and highlights, gaps, that kind of stuff, rather than having a delegation that includes lots of people from the service for them to take time off and then walk us through the stuff that's really in the weeds. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I would agree. This is truly less a conversation with the service and more a conversation with the commission and our responsibility and obligation to work with them.
Okay, so I think that needs to be really clear on kind of what the information is, how is it being presented. I don't really necessarily see these as really kind of diving in. Okay, those are my comments and questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you very much. Very similar to that thread. I think what's really important to me is that we're very mindful of the role that we play in relation to the commission. The commission exercises the governance role over the police service. And so are you intending these dialogues to be more around information sharing, especially in a public format, so we can help Edmontonians better understand, we can share the perspectives of Edmontonians as part of that? Just maybe a little bit more.
Short answer, yes, yeah, exactly. It's I think what I've learned over the years is that maybe we hadn't done a lot of that as council, at least in my first term for sure, and we're seeing more public desire to be learning about what's happening and who does what and how that process works. So
yeah, and I think I actually heard yesterday from commissioners sort of the desire to have council be partners in this work of raising awareness and education. So would you see these sessions as being part of a response to that request?
yes.
Because again, when we have these conversations in chambers, they're public, they're usually well attended, and then we can have messages about those afterwards in terms of this being, the course of the conversations that we've had. But again, just being very clear that it's not intending to interfere with the governance function of the commission or take that over in any way.
That is correct. Yeah, we can't, and I wouldn't want to.
Great, thank you. Yeah, and I think for me, I know in the past we've had other approaches that haven't necessarily met that publicness. So just also wanted to confirm that the intent here for the regular check-ins, that those would be in a public forum.
Yeah, that would be the intent. Appreciating the caution we heard around making sure it's an environment that everyone feels comfortable and safe in. But yes, the intent would still be some public dialogue. So.
Absolutely. Well, and I'm reflecting on some of the different approaches that we have for council meetings that can still be aired, still be public, but maybe different venues that are available to us. And also, of course, I would assume there would always be an option for virtual attendance as well.
Yes, yeah, I think the challenge is I can't write this like all these are excellent
course,
questions, but
of
I can't
course.
pre-subscribe what we would direct to the commission, so it has to be fairly vague. But yes, so for all these questions, that's sort of the overall intent, and I appreciate Kent really put it in the form of the motion.
Absolutely. Well, maybe just to administration, is some of that recognizing that, I think there's space for that conversation offline. As Councillor Knack said, we probably can't get it all into a single motion. But is there clarity around some of that intent that they would be public meetings, but again, that there could be some flexibility around venue and that?
So all of our meetings that council holds are all public. That's an MGA requirement, so I don't think that specificity is required in the motion. All of your meetings are here at City Hall unless there's a reason for us to move them as there have been in the past. So what applies to any guest that you invite to City Hall applies to all. So I don't think any level of specificity is required. I think the intention's clear is you'd like to invite Edmonton Police Commission to have further dialogue. And always happy to work offline about how to create that safe and welcoming space.
Great. Thank you so much. No further questions.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My questions were just answered. However, I would like to suggest that we reword this a little bit, because the way it's worded, it's saying that you would allow the city auditor to complete control tactics. So it should be, because when you're allowing the city auditor to complete an audit and control tactics. So we probably don't want the city auditor doing that. So maybe we could say but not be limited to control tactics and allowing the city auditor to complete an audit. That's just a suggestion.
That's friendly to me, although I'm somewhat interested in how the city auditor would have control tactics.
So can I just take some liberties and change it so that the topics would be control tactics, comma, and the city auditor? Let's just reverse.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Can you just confirm that this is adequate? Is that okay? Thank you.
Sorry, is that it, Councillor Principe?
Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
That's fine.
Oh, that's fine. Okay. All right, great. Councillor Wright?
I'm just wondering if some of this can be accomplished like through the police commission's own monthly meetings. Like, is that something that, I think all councillors are welcome to that meeting. Is it something they could put on their agendas, or?
I'm not an expert, but my understanding is that, we could attend, but we wouldn't be able to go and have a dialogue on that.
Okay.
So that's the issue. I think the idea is how do we get that common understanding and building those relationships and building that awareness. And I don't think we could do that through that. That's why I'm sort of looking to set
Okay,
something else.
and a lunch and learn isn't what you're thinking of for this
No,
either.
I mean, there might still be value in lunch and learns another time, but I think those were good. The world has shifted. I think there's more desire around some public accountability and understanding and making sure we're doing our job as best we can and we can answer questions. So I don't want to rule those out, but I just don't know if I want to rely on that as the only tool at this point.
Okay, and I do, if I can, just make a comment to Councillor Cartmell's about feeling unsafe. I did find myself yesterday checking over my shoulder a couple times with different levels of security and that behind me, just checking to see who was there. So I guess it's, coming from both sides. And I thought we were supposed to have a barrier installed between between that level of, that row of seats and the public seats?
Yes, that is coming, Counselor, but it is not ready yet.
Okay, okay, good. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. Okay, that concludes the questions on this. Anyone to speak?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. This is a good motion. And look, it's been, as the months and years go by, things are getting far more intense. I don't know what we attribute that to, but it is a situation. Not just in Edmonton, obviously, across Canada, across the world. The Edmonton Police Commission is a volunteer board. And so what we are asking for them is a little bit more face time, which may mean a little bit more work for them. And obviously this is completely within their purview to accept or not. I think that they would. And the fact that the motion got changed to the administration work with the EPC for these regular check-ins makes a lot of sense. But of course, we will have to determine what those check-ins look like, where we meet, because there is no getting around the reality that while people in chambers in the audience, they have absolutely zero ill will whatsoever. They're there to make a point, which is completely valid. The reality is that there was a very deeply disturbing event that happened at City Hall that has impacted a lot of people in very serious ways. And ongoing trauma and PTSD are very real and can very easily be triggered. In fact, that trauma never actually goes away, ever. And so it can be triggered at any point. And so we need to, I think, if we are going to do this, understand that decorum is going to be an undebatable expectation and immediately implemented. This is not the same world as it was 5 years ago, 10 years ago. It's not the same world it was 1 year ago. Things have changed, unfortunately, but things have changed. And we need to be responsive, cognizant, and aware of that change and proceed with that in mind. So I will support this motion, but I think it bears repeating that everyone is here to try to do a job. And in the workplace, everyone deserves to feel safe. And that doesn't mean that anyone else wants someone to feel unsafe or as a threat or anything like that. What it means is that we have to have the systems and the policies in place that ensure that volunteers, employees, the public all feel safe. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Stevenson.
I have the chair.
Yeah. I want to thank Councillor Knack for putting this motion forward. I think, as Councillor Cartmel mentioned, we have to have these conversations with the Commission on many topics that do need clarity, and I hope that this public dialogue, if is enabled, will allow us to have that conversation in the public. I think public also deserves to hear that conversation. So I think the quarterly meetings that were happening under previous council were in private. They're good for relationship building, but they're not good for accountability, right? And accountability on us, accountability on commission, and accountability on the service that commission oversees, right? I think that dialogue is important. As far as commission willing to come to council, I think we do have an obligation to create a safe work environment for everyone. And I agree with Councillor Paquette that the world is changing and continue to change. It's becoming more and more volatile. And we have a public forum. And council is the most open and accessible form of government. Other governments can institute policies or go behind the doors or have cabinet meetings or restrict people's ability to participate. That is not possible under open and accessible government at city level. And I also heard from members of the public who participated yesterday, and they sat in this room very quietly, majority of them. They also felt traumatized coming into this building. The security they had to go through and the cultural attires that they had to, some cases, required to be removed, right? And the presence of security that they saw and how that triggered some of their own experiences with the law enforcement. So I think when we talk about safe space, it's not safe space just for us and for work employees. I think also we have a responsibility to create space, safe space for those who come, members of the public who come join us to hear or participate, and particularly those who come from trauma and how their trauma gets triggered when they engage with institutions. Because institutions are very powerful thing. And people who experience institutions differently have a different reaction to it. I think we got to keep that in mind as well. So I encourage Commission will join us. I encourage that we continue to create space for public to engage, and particularly those who are very nervous in engaging with authorities these days because they have different experience. I think we have a collective responsibility, because I heard from them as well when I was engaging with them during the break, as well as after they were leaving, that they did feel traumatized by this place and the people who were present in this place as well, right? So it's not just the people who come make presentation to us, but also the atmosphere that requires different approaches in recognizing the changing world that we live in. Okay. With that, I'll go to Councillor Knack to close.
Just very quickly, I'll first make a commitment that I'll chat with the Chair of Council Services Committee to see if we can have that conversation, ideally maybe at our next Council Services. I think that's an important overall conversation. Specific to this motion, while I appreciate the thanks, I'll just actually thank Councillor Tang, who has sort of kickstarted the idea of getting some public conversations at Council with the Commission. I'm just really taking her work and running with it, so our thanks is due to her coming up with the idea and me realizing that I should have thought of this probably 8 or 9 years ago. So, so there's no wrong time to start doing the right thing on that. So there we go. Thank you.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, we will take a break now, and we'll come back at 1:30.
Do you want to move in private now?
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, I'll move we go into private, subject to a variety of sections of FOIP, 24, 25, 21, 7, I don't know if we have any 17s. Yeah, okay, we're good. There we go, those ones.
Okay, need a seconder?
Can we do that with unanimous consent, please?
Yes.
Unanimous consent? Yes. Good, good.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
We'll be at 1:30. We'll be here at 1:30. Sorry. Andrew, I'll come to you for all of them to be moved for information. All of them, very
But
quickly.
we've also got it, we've got one set of minutes.
One by
We're gonna-
one.
We're gonna lay,
Oh, yeah, including minutes. And Councillor Stevenson will second all those.
okay. Are we ready to go?
Okay, we are ready to go.
So I'm
Okay.
gonna say to all of those listening
Yeah.
and running the system, if the first motion we could do would be to postpone the minutes from the April 23rd, 24th City Council meeting to the June council meeting.
I love moving the postponement of minutes, yes.
Councillor Stevenson is seconding it.
Second?
Okay,
Thank you.
please vote.
Thank you. We're just sending the vote out now.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Nobody wants to speak. Councillor Knack. I didn't say that. I did not say that. We have Councillor Rutherford's vote, and we're just waiting for one more. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, next one.
Are we okay to vote on all three reports for information? So that would be 9-1,
Oh,
9-4, and 9-6. Would that be okay?
No, not 9-1.
9-3,
sorry,
9-4,
9-3,
and
sorry.
9-6.
Yep.
I will move receipt of information on those three.
Second?
And keep in private subject to sections 24 and 25, 21, 24, 27, and 24 and 25.
Okay, please vote.
Thank you. We're just sending the vote out now.
Yes.
Thanks, Councillor Rutherford.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Thank you. And would you like to move that item 9.7 be moved to the next city council meeting in
So
June?
moved.
Thank you.
Councillor Stevenson, please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
I mean, yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, and thank you. We have all of the votes.
Display the votes, please.
Thank you.
That is carried. Now I go to Councillor Cartmel to strike down 10.1.
He just needs to say it. There's no motion.
There is no motion on 10.1.
And you would like to send 10.2 to the next meeting?
And I would like to send 10.2 to the next meeting.
It has
Okay.
been laid over. Thank you.
Okay, no vote is required on that. Notes of motions and motions without customary notice. Councillor Stevenson, then I'll go to Councillor Hamilton.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the May 22nd Urban Planning Committee, I'll move that administration provide a memo on the work underway on the downtown vision refresh, including the establishment of an education and innovation, the establishment of education and innovation districts and opportunities for partnerships.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton?
Yeah. At the next regular council meeting, I'll move that administration prepare amendments to bylaw 18155, the council procedures bylaw, to require members of council participating by video conference to have their cameras on without a virtual background when speaking to an item, voting, or asking questions. And 2, that administration prepare amendments to bylaw 18155, council procedures bylaw, to change the distribution date for agendas from 10 clear days prior to the meeting to the Thursday prior to the meeting.
Thank you. Any other notes or motions or motion without customary notice? Seeing none, we are adjourned at 5:02. Thank you, everyone.